Good afternoon. Welcome to Notre Dame's 64th Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. We're happy that you're with us, and I'd like to introduce our five clinicians. From your left to right, they are Justin Kauflin, Patrick Bartley, John Clayton, Rickey Woodard, and David Alvarez. And our first band up is Notre Dame's own Jazz Band 1, playing 6 songs: Shiny Stockings, I Need You Now, Naptown Blues, Mambo Number 5, I Got Rhythm, and 500 Miles High. So here is Notre Dame Jazz Band number 1.
Not a second or another minute, not an hour of another day, but at this moment, with my arms outstretched, I need you to make a way, as you have done so many times before, through a window or an open door. I stretch my hands to thee, come rescue me. I need you right away. I need you now. I need you now. I need you Not another second or another minute, not an hour of another day. But Lord, I need you right away. I've never needed you before to show up and restore all of the faith that I let slip while I was yet searching the world for more. The truest friend I have in need. You're my best friend, I know in need. I stretch my hands to thee, come rescue me. I need you right away. The agony of being alone, the fear of doing things on my own, tests and trials that come to make me strong. Feelings of guilt, hurt, shame, and defeat, the weight of trials that beat up on me. But to know, Lord, that in you I found victory. Need you now, Lord, I need you now. I need you right now, right now, right now. I need you now. Subito paritari.
All right, well, we're going to conclude our concert tonight with a tribute to the great Chick Corea, who unfortunately passed away this past year. But he has some of the best music, and we wanted to play some of it in his honor. This is called 500 Miles High. was Kyle Nagorski on the flugelhorn and Noah Bongiovanni on the piano. Ladies and gentlemen, Jazz Band 1.
And everybody listening to one another, the horns really listening to the groove that's being established and making sure you're sitting in that, especially with Shiny Stockings is always such a grooving tune. And when that shout came, I thought, oh man, but overall, I really dug it. Small little thing for the piano player. I liked your lines. I liked the stuff you were playing. And something we were talking about yesterday is Count Basie and his ability to just fit in those cracks. And during that shout section, I'd say maybe learn that shout section, what the horns are playing, so you can kind of fit in those cracks a little better. But overall, loved it.
Cool. Yep. Yeah. Well, good to see everybody in some kind of capacity. I don't know if the camera's switching over to me yet.
It is.
But okay, cool. Thank y'all, everybody. Great to see you. First of all, I want to echo a little bit of what Justin said. And also I want to say, man, I'm super happy that y'all playing some standards. Y'all playing stuff from the masters. That's what we need. And also, I'm glad that I do not have to tell everybody to put air in their horns. That's such a big, me and Ricky probably going to be like that the whole day. Like, I think it's extremely important for everybody to project because we got to be heard. And, again, to echo what Justin said, I would have loved to hear y'all in person, but having this kind of a thing, I think is fine. So yeah, I think what y'all were doing is awesome. Glad, again, great confidence. But now that y'all are actually putting some confidence in it, now I can actually, I can go in now. But no, in general, what I want to do is talk about the groove thing. I think it's super important. I'm not sure if the Shiny Stockings was an arrangement because I think I heard a couple of different things. It was arranged. Okay, yeah. For all these swing numbers, the thing that I like to do is I want to make sure, again, if we're talking about the groove, y'all should try slowing down some of these numbers. Just in trying it, not necessarily play it on a concert, but I think slowing it down will really help you to understand like kind of where the quarter note really is. Because if everybody's quarter note is on that same page, it'll never move. And I'm sure that, Mr. Clayton and Mr. Woodard, everybody, they'll probably be saying this even more than I'm saying it. But I wanted to talk briefly about that because one of the things I was noticing, it was not that y'all were having trouble like playing the music. I think the thing that was happening is that maybe some of y'all were unsure exactly where each other's beat was. So I think a really good exercise to make that happen is just take the Shiny Stockings, even if you want to play it at that faster tempo, take it down to the original tempo. Get a feeling for what that really feels like. So if you get a feeling for what that feels like, you might be able to take it wherever you want and have some good context for it. Because other than that, like I said, good confidence. We need confidence in this music. So it's extremely important to have that. And the other thing I want to talk about, I'm a saxophone player, so I could talk about, rhythm section stuff, brass stuff, whatever, but I want to take my last minute and a half to talk about the saxes. Once again, I'm very happy that y'all playing with some air in the horns. Thank you. But I'm going to tell you some like cheat codes that I found to really getting the best sound out of the saxophone. One thing I want everybody to think about in general when they play, not just saxophone, but really here is, you want to be able to imagine and think about and be very ambitious and unforgiving about the sound that you want to make every time you play and be unyielding about it. That's extremely important. So if you hear something on the record that you really like, go for it. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely important. There are a couple of things you can do to do that. For saxophone, one of the things I notice is that I call it kind of it's kind of almost like the sax choke. It's kind of what I call it. And a lot of times it happens because nobody tells us, but one of the things I learned from Joe Temperley, who played with Duke Ellington Band, is we always keep our neck straps up so high, and you get this kind of like weird angle where the saxophone's going down like this. You want to make sure that you just put that saxophone neck strap down and let that mouthpiece rest right there. Get a nice straight angle. And what that'll help you do is it'll help you get that voicing. You want to voice, especially behind Maya's beautiful singing. You know what I'm saying? You heard some of the stuff she was doing, and that second number, Need You Now, I was really hoping to hear some subtones out of the saxophone. That was like one thing I was listening for. So really think about the sound you want. That way you can go from this sound, like, you can go from that sound to this. You see how the sound kind of just relaxes in there? It just relaxes. So I want everybody to kind of relax, get loose, think about that sound that you want. And then I think everything will just fall into place because y'all got the confidence, y'all got the air. Just think about how you want to shape it. If you think about how you want to shape everything, I think it'll come down just fine. So good job, everybody.
Yeah, it was congratulations, great performance, you guys. You'll probably hear me say this more often if you see me more often, but I don't believe there's a wrong way to play music unless you're hurting yourself physically. That we don't want to do, but it's not about my solo sucked or my sound sucked or my, whatever. No. It's always about what I want to add to my expression. So I want to add, if I'm having intonation issues, I want to add a more focused intonation. If I'm having issues with rushing or dragging or whatever, then I want to have a more focused, solid kind of groove. Whatever it is, we're adding to who we are. That's important because I don't want you to get hung up mentally sort of doing the chest stab with the knife thing. Oh God, I'm terrible. Get away from that and instead go, okay, this is what I have to say. What do I want to add to that voice? What do I want to add to my expression? You know, so because of the limited time, I won't also can't go into too much, but I definitely wanted to share with you some of the ideas and concepts of soloing. When it's time for you to solo, the rule for soloing is learn the melody. Learn the melody. From now on, the rest of your life, no more soloing until you learn the melody.
Amen.
Right? Because think about it. If you guys write a melody and somebody's playing your song and I'm in the audience listening to them play your solo over your song, I'm going to be pissed off if they don't know your melody. I'm going to say, hey, my friend wrote that melody. Come on, what are you doing? Play. You got to at least know their melody before you start improvising on it. What happens if we don't do that? Then you become these sort of machines where you're just sort of reading the chord changes, playing through the chord changes, right? Instead of thinking of it as a chance to create your own melody, embellish the melody that exists, right? So I kind of almost hate the word solo because it ends up making us feel like there's a light on us and it's our time to quote solo. No, solo, when they say solo, let's redefine that for ourselves as they say solo, I say chance to make music with my friends, right? Because now by listening to everybody that I'm playing with, I'm going to get an accent from the drummer. I'm going to get a certain kind of a chord voicing from the piano player. I'm going to get a bass note from the bass player. And all of those things are going to affect me in a different way, allow me to play something that I didn't come up with. You guys fed it to me. So number one, learn the melody. Number two, learn the chords, right? Don't fool yourself. Look in your private mirror and go, okay, Clayton, you know you don't really know those chords, you know? Be honest with yourself and you understand the homework you need to do. And the last thing in terms of soloing, find samples and approaches that you love and add them to your expression, right? Otherwise, you're just like trying to create on your own. You're this person, we all are, that has a certain vocabulary, and you got to dig into that vocabulary and like express yourself. No, expand your vocabulary, expand your expression by finding other examples of what other people have done with that particular song or those particular chord changes that you connect to. And that's important because you don't want to make it feel like it's a job. It's, oh man, I got to do this. Or if I'm going to play good, well, okay, here we go. I got to learn the song. No, this is about love and fun. So find those examples that you connect to, add them to your expression. But thanks, congratulations on your performance.
Yeah, it was a great job. I thought the whole thing was great. The band sounded great. Everybody's doing a good job. I'm partial towards the guitar because I'm an ex-guitar player, and the guitar had some great solos. The piano had some great solos, and the whole thing was great. I would say, like John said, always learn the melody. Make sure you know what the melody is. And if you hear something that you like in a soloist, if he goes ba-ba-doo-ba-dee-ba-doo-ba-boo-dee, if you hear ba-ba-doo-ba-dee-ba-doo-ba-boo-dee, make sure you learn that. Make sure you learn that and add that to your vocabulary. Because the more things you learn, the more things you hear, and the more things that you learn that you like, that develops who you are. That helps develop who you are. And what else was I gonna say? Great piano solos, good vocals, everything was good. I would say listen more. The band needs to have more dynamics. Make sure you listen more and everybody listen to each other and kind of just like that. And I thought the whole thing was great. Good drum solos, good drummer, good drum beats, and I thought the whole thing was great.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Cool. It was really great to hear everyone. Again, I liked what Patrick said. The confidence that I was hearing. Oh, there we go. Oh, there I am. All right, everyone see me?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm looking at the
Let's keep going. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I love the confidence that I was hearing from just everyone, especially, I can tell when, it's like, oh, there were moments where like, oh, we know this part as a section, and we were able to showcase that. So that was really, really great to hear. And it's, what Justin said, hearing it, kind of through a speaker and not in person, it may be hard for me to, maybe you were doing this, but I think one thing to keep in mind as a whole ensemble, let's increase our spectrum of the dynamic range, where we know how to play strong, not loud. I don't like to say loud, but strong. But also, like, we can bring it way down, way down. I heard someone say this to me. You want to play so soft you can hear a mouse pee on a sponge. I was like, what on earth?
Hey, that's true.
But that imagery immediately it kind of clicked, and for me as a drummer, and we're the loudest instrument. We can easily take over the band. Just that for me, I realized, okay, like, actually for drummers, we're kind of in charge of kind of setting the pace of where we are going dynamically. So for my drummers, great work, by the way. Is it Anthony? On Shiny Stockings, I really appreciate how you were setting up everything, and you were really confident in your fills. And I liked how there were moments where you weren't stuck on the page. Like, you weren't just like reading the part, but I can tell you're like, oh, I know this section, and I can play without looking. That's great. Keep doing that, because I remember one time I had my head stuck in the page, and the band director, he took the page away from me mid-performance. And that was the scariest thing, and that taught me I need to memorize my stuff, because am I able to play this music, without looking at it? And so, be on that track to just keep memorizing. And I think overall, everyone's been saying, check out the good examples of great solos and great timekeeping, but also, like, really, like, make it a routine, a ritual. I realized what helped me so much in learning this music is I was constantly, like, listening to the music, like, every day, like, from moment to moment. I'm walking to school, or I have some downtime, just taking the time to really get the music in your ears. Because when we have it in here, when we really have a strong sense of, okay, I know how that sounds, that's going to help us in executing what we want to do. So I just encourage everyone, for your instrument, check out good examples, like, let it be, just keep listening, feed your ears. And eventually, over time, the more that you do this, it's all going to come out. All those good examples are going to come out into your playing. So yeah, great work, everyone. Yeah.
Our thanks for all these comments and the way you played, and we'll be back in just a minute with our next group. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hello, we're Ashland University Jazz Ensemble, or Jazz Orchestra as we usually go by. Anyway, we're from Ashland, Ohio, kind of in between Cleveland and Columbus. We're going to do 4 tunes for you. The first is The Count Is In by Jim Martin, who's a Chicagoland composer and arranger. One, two, 1, 2. All right, next up is Herbie Hancock, his Driftin'. This is a Paul Ferguson arrangement. Important to see the drums, yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. Next up, we've got Leah singing the Count Basie Diane Shore version of Beagle Blues. One, two, 1, 2, 3.
I'm feeling mighty lucky. I got a brand new man. Yes, I'm feeling mighty lucky. I got a brand new man. I'm telling you, he loves me like nobody can. Well, I met him on the corner.
is a traditional religious tune, Be Thou My Vision. It's another Paul Ferguson arrangement. And this is Peter Grant on guitar. Thank you.
That's as high as it goes.
Hi. Hello. We can hear you. We can see you.
Yeah. And he's pretty. I mean, the way he's playing with the beat and and the way it feels and really pay attention to how it feels, you know, feel it in your body. Like, what kind of sensation do you get when you're hearing this group play, and incorporate that into how you're going to, you know, phrase that melody yourself. But honestly, overall, I really enjoyed the whole performance. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. I got to say, well, first of all, hey, everybody, hope y'all doing well today. I am extremely happy with the fact, again, I love hearing these standards, and most importantly, I love hearing some swinging. Like y'all band director, man. Yeah, y'all band director, really, I want to give it up to him, because I'm glad that he's like instilling y'all, to me, the most important aspect of this music. Like, if you trace it back to the first recorded jazz in 1917 all the way up to today, the thing that's been developing the most is the rhythm. And so to hear y'all in 2022 still dedicating yourselves to swinging, that's awesome. I love hearing like the unified band sound, your rhythm section. I mean, my man on bass, Steven, it's hard. Y'all to tell you, it's hard to swing on electric bass, man, to really dig in the same type of rhythm, you know, that you would on the acoustic bass. So I just wanted to say that you know, really makes me happy. My foot was tapping the whole time, so keep that. That was good stuff, everybody. Really good stuff in that way. And because of that, and a good dynamic range was nice too. We want to expand that constantly. But now, because I'm a saxophone player and I'm biased, I want to talk about some horn stuff that can make it even better. So again, I told you that everybody was swinging, but one thing that I want everybody to think about and always understand is that you're not just relying on the rhythm section. You're not leaning back on them like it's a chair. Everybody needs to internalize the same type of swing feel that the rhythm section has. So if you're a horn player, you're basically a rhythm section player too. The same thing you can say to the rhythm section members. You know, if you're a bass player, drummer, y'all got to know the melody. Y'all got to know the melody. The horn players got to know the harmony and the rhythm. And that's what makes that team effort thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you've been on a basketball team and the center don't know what the point guard's doing, the point guard don't know what you know what I'm saying? You can't have anything working together. And I'm not saying y'all not working together. Y'all are. And that's what I really like. I'm just saying, to really make that better, you can fine tune a lot of things to lock in that rhythm and lock in that tempo to make it even better. So I'm hearing like saxes, the trumpets, and I was gonna say trombones, but trombone, mellophone, and tuba. What an instrumentation! And y'all actually made that work. Congratulations to y'all. That was crazy when I saw that. I was like, man, okay, this is like back to the experimental days, like the Washingtonians, you know, Fletcher Henderson, all of that. And that gets me to another point. Checking out like the history, living with the music, really deal with that. Find out what makes the music exciting for you. I want everybody to really focus on that. Like today, whatever it is that makes you really feel excited about the music, I want you to find that, hold on to it, and put it into the music when you play it. Because one of the things I was noticing is that, you know, y'all were playing good, y'all were getting down to it, y'all were swinging, but I was looking for some extra excitement. You know, maybe it was early in the morning, maybe something. I don't want to knock y'all too hard for that, but I just want to say that the times when it was really cooking, I could feel that y'all wanted to put some more in it, but don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to look dumb. Get stupid with the music. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, because when you do that kind of thing, the audience feels it. And you realize that the audience is also part of the band too. So, you know, I don't got much time. You know, there's a whole bunch of things I could be talking about, but the main thing that I think I want y'all to walk away with is that swing feeling. You can improve that even more by just really listening to each other, getting inside, really listen to the bass player and the drummer, all the horns. And that, because the bass player and the drummer, they listening to y'all. So make sure that y'all are listening, everybody in the horns, all of y'all listen to that. And man, you'll be surprised what you can get out of that. I'm just saying. And then it feels more camaraderie, because then you step out of that room being like, man, y'all dapping each other up. You know what I'm saying? You want to get a coffee in, man? You want to get something to drink? It just, that feeling is what makes the band, that's what makes big band so fun to me. You know, it's just another exploration on that. You know, just think about that. And I think it'll take it to the next level. Seriously.
Yeah, guys, beautiful performance. Thank you so much. Just to pick up on what Patrick was talking about, exploration, I'd like to add to that the idea of discovering and experimenting. You know, keep experimenting with your music. And we're always doing it. And it's a really cool, fun thing to do, an important thing to do. But think about what you want to add to your music. Okay, so that was an awesome performance. What can you add to that, personally and as a band, to get it to that next level? Some things have already been mentioned, like really checking out what Herbie Hancock, Dexter Gordon, everybody that played on Driftin' originally did. And maybe there's another version of it that gives you some ideas. That exploration, that discovery, that experimenting is so much fun.
Yeah.
What happens if I don't do that? I just look at the black dots on a piece of paper and I like do my best. And that's what we do. We want you guys to go deeper because we're excited about what you're doing. I mentioned a few things here, which, you know, I'm sure you'll get this, but I'm sure that you've figured this out and experimented, but I didn't understand why the trombones were in mutes. Especially when the trumpets were in their upper registers, they really needed more support from the trombone section. I think that was my feeling, like, you know what, I love trombones anyway, so I want more sound, not a muted or less sound. But again, I imagine you guys have a reason for that, but that's one of the things I want to mention. Also, drums, rhythm section, I think as a part of your daily practice routine, along with what you're already doing, make sure you save some time to play along with recordings every day. Because what happens is your groove gets so set that when you end up playing with your friends, you have it in your blood. It's not going anywhere. You're not thinking about it. Am I rushing? Am I dragging? Do I need to? No. It's in there. And all of the magic that goes along with the music that you're transcribing or playing along with, you end up taking in that magic too. So when it's time for you to play that song without really trying or realizing it, you're giving that as well. And I think that's kind of one of the big things that I wanted to see you guys add to what you're doing. So make sure you're playing along with music on recorded music on a daily basis. Some small things like drums, we have to choke the sound. Don't let the cymbal keep ringing. Otherwise, we end up not having that really beautiful effect like Mr. Hancock and his colleagues did on. And those are the kind of things that you really learn when you really focus on the original recordings. So that's going to make that part of the song even stronger when you try that. Also in the tenor solo, all of our solos, I think we kind of want to embrace the idea of really shaping your solo. You know you've got two courses of blowing. Maybe that's our opportunity to think course number one is going to be like doing this on this level. And then I've got room to add to course number two, especially since there are backgrounds behind me. You know, we can lift the whole thing. So not that you have to plan what you're going to play exactly note for note ahead of time, but just to understand an idea of how you want to shape and create an arc in your solo. Great lead trumpet playing, bravo.
Yeah.
On this. So I really felt like the lead player needed more support. So to the lead player, think about, I learned this from listening to Snooky Young, the great lead player with Thad Jones, with Count Basie, etc., also with the Clayton Jazz Orchestra. But I used to hear him tell some of the younger players that were playing lead sometimes, man, don't play so loud, don't play so loud. And what he discovered was this, the lead voice is here and the rest of the band, the rest of the trumpet players are down here, that it's less effective because the ear always goes to the lead note, no matter what. So if you play softer, then you are going to have a trumpet section that has more power, right? But if you feel like you need to play that volume, then ask your trumpet section to come on up and give you more support, right? So that's the idea of tightening up our sound as a brass section. And of course, the same applies to the saxes. Leah, I have to say something. You really lit the whole room. Is it Leah or Lee? I don't know, but forgive me if I'm saying it wrong. We all were moved here. We all were kind of like, whoa, Now, the thing is that we all can learn from what she brought to the music. All of us, whatever it is that really affected us, that made us go, wow, damn, whoa, you know, we got to figure out our own ways on our instruments and collectively as an ensemble to do the same kind of thing with the music, right? To breathe that life into it, bring that spirit into it. And one of the things I forgot to mention with the last band is I think that you guys need to give it up. When Leah is singing and she really sounds great, we shouldn't just like keep it inside and play our instruments and kind of think to ourselves, wow, damn, she really sounded good. No, we gotta go, woo, Leah, woo, go girl, I heard you, you know, right? Why? Because you know how it feels when somebody really loves what you're doing. When you contribute your soul to the music and somebody goes, woo, thank you for that. You know how good that feels. So we have to do that to everybody else, the whole do unto others thing, right? So anyway, those I wish I had more time, but you know, we're limited on time and I got to let my other colleagues share some ideas.
About 1 minute each, because we're at the end.
Okay, I beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll keep it under 1 minute. I think the band sounded great. Everybody was great. And I think as a whole, the band needs to probably just listen to each other, just kind of listen and listen what's going on. When Leah came out, it kind of felt like everybody got relaxed. Everybody just said, oh, you know, the spotlight is off of us and we can just relax. And just everybody got relaxed. And every time we play a tune, I think everybody should have that same concept. You know, when we play, just be relaxed and listen to what's going on and just kind of relax. And the other thing is, I think what I'd like for everybody to do is learn melodies. Learn melodies, listen to melodies, and everything you learn in a solo, like everything that you learn helps you in your solos. If you hear something that you like, always incorporate it in your vocabulary. And kind of like that, the band sounded great, Leah sounded great, and I thought everything was really, really good. And just keep doing what you're doing.
Awesome. Yeah, hey everyone. Just wanted to say overall the performance was excellent. All the tunes were great. I love just what Patrick mentioned, the unified sound that everyone had. That was really great. And you guys had a really good use of dynamics. And now I think again, what was mentioned before, taking things to the next level, you know, never really settling, but asking yourselves like, what's the next thing that we can do to just elevate our playing? And I think what can be cool, and maybe you've been doing this with your band director, but taking the time before even playing, just even singing your parts and paying attention to how we're singing, because how we're singing is going to determine how we're going to play it. You know, there's a saying that I've learned, you know, if you can sing it, you can play it. But also I think it's important, you know, how we articulate those melodies that we're singing, that's important too. So if we're gonna, you know, like drifting, for example, versus you know, if you just put more like little more accents in how you sing it, that's going to transfer over into how you're going to play it. So just a little food for thought for that. I got to give a quick shout out to both of my drummers, Molly and Kayan, if that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Your time feel, you know, I thought it was solid overall, which was really cool. And I completely agree with Mr. Clayton here. To get us to that next level is to always play along with recordings. Okay, and so taking this example, Driftin', if you don't know the name, really check out the drummer on that original recording. His name is Billy Higgins. Okay, last name Higgins. He is actually one of the most recorded drummers, especially for the Blue Note record label. But just, you know, check out, especially, you know, when you're playing with recordings, pay attention to their time feel. Like, pay attention to their ride cymbal. How are they playing that? And try to match it. You know, that's what I like to do a lot. Like playing with recordings, we're not only learning how to play steady, but we're also learning how to play with great feel. And so I think that's the next step for both of you is just play along with recordings, just the ride cymbal even, and just make it happen so that you're so in tune with that cymbal beat. Yeah, and one more thing, when we're playing in a big band setting, try to imagine that you're kind of like a mixer, okay? So, you know, when someone's mixing the soundboard, they're kind of like, you know, adjusting volume here and there. And so for me, when I'm playing, I like to tune in, you know, and check in all the other instruments, like how are they sounding? Am I able to hear them? You know, if I can't hear a certain soloist or a certain section, that means I'm playing too loud. So I think for us drummers to develop an awareness of being able to come down dynamically, because you both of you are really strong players, and that's incredible. So now the next level, being able to just get our dynamic range together. So yeah, great work, everyone.
We'll see them tonight.
Oh, thank you very much.
man, on the lead sax, with the sax section in general. But man, when you'd get into those notes, that felt so good. Something that I enjoyed about all of the soloists as well would be that sometimes it's good to remember that, you know, we are musicians, but I think we're humans first. We're human beings. And something that I really appreciate about soloists when I'm listening is the vocal quality of what they're playing. And when you can really tell there's something, you know, you're singing through your instruments. And that applies to everybody, even those of us who are not blowing air through our instruments. Such a wonderful just vocal quality to all of your guys' playing. You know, geez, fantastic. Only one little thing that I could like kind of catch. It was during last Black Nile, right? Yeah. I always get that confused with Night Dreamer, but yeah, Black Nile. First of all, great comping for the piano player. You know, I'm a pianist. I was listening, and wonderful support that you were bringing. And there was just one moment where there was a background figure coming in, and you were starting to cook with the soloist, which is, you know, what you'd want to do. You know, they're doing some things, and you're going to throw some things their way. And it was just this one moment where I was like, you know, always good to always be mindful of you know where the rest of the band is, and if, you know, not trying to get in the way or step on toes when there's that thing coming up, just to tighten it up. But I mean, that's like such a small thing. Just so enjoyed it, man. That was so swinging. So yeah.
I mean, what's up, everybody? Great to see you. The Professor Rodney Whitaker dynasty. I swear I've never heard a single musician come out of that school that did not sound good. It's just like, I don't know, it just makes our job easy. You know, it's just like, it's just or difficult. But no, it just, in a sense of just like, you know, it's really great to hear people so dedicated to actually trying to play this music. Especially me, still, you know, I'm only almost 30, so I'm still pretty young. And I've been able to learn from everybody here as well on the stand, who's been teaching me since I was, you know, Professor Clayton. He knew me since 12 years ago, you know, and I get to experience this and also somehow impart what I've been learning from someone that's also closer to your age, and kind of really appreciate the journey that we're taking in 2022 to still play this music. It just really, really means a lot, because it means that everybody there in that room right now, y'all understand the value of what this music brings to our lives. And that being said, I mean, a lot of stuff that we're going to be saying from this point on will be pretty nitpicky, but, you know, we got to say something. No, but really, there's just like things that everyone is doing that, because I hear y'all have a lot of basic concepts down, we can start talking about more advanced things, which is really important. And the first thing I want to talk about is, first of all, soloists, man, just thank y'all for playing language. You know what I'm saying? Like, language is extremely important. And now I want to talk about a thing that I feel like throughout the years that I've been playing and also hanging out with people, you know, college students at different ages, I feel like one of the things that's hardest for us to think about, that no one, even our teachers, don't really tell us about, is how to make that transition from just playing lick solos to playing like a coherent solo, right? And again, I'm not saying your solos weren't coherent, but I'm saying it's something that I feel like we're always searching for. There seems to be a period of time when we're learning language and it feels good, and then we get to this plateau where we feel like, man, why don't my solos sound like this record? Why don't my solos feel good like such and such? Even though you might be playing good stuff. And one of the things that I realized is something that a lot of people shy away from because we just want to be quote unquote modern this, modern that. Check out some Louis Armstrong. Every single person in the band needs to check out Louis Armstrong. And the reason why I'm saying that is because y'all got the language. It's there. Y'all been transcribing. I'm so happy. Thank goodness that y'all are transcribing and sounding so good. The way to figure out a way to put that together is by really, really studying how the masters put their solos together. And what did they do? Well, jazz was popular music at the time, which means that all the melodies were just natural. And so it's kind of our job to take things from the perspective of how they were doing it if we want to get as close to the source as possible. And the way to get as close to the source as possible is something that Professor Clayton always is going to be talking about, which is melody. Learning not just the melodies of the songs you're playing, learn melody in general. Get as close to all these melodies as possible. Do you know the original arrangement of what is this thing called Love? Do you know that it only goes up to the C at the last A? Do you know the original Softly? Do you know, Very Warm for May all the things you are. How many of these melodies that they grew up just hearing on the radio, listening, watching TV, whatever, in the movies, the moving picture show, that was the stuff people don't talk about, is that was there just naturally. So in order to take your solos from the next level of just lick, run, like you play something nice and catchy that you learned, and then you play like and then something, and then back to it's like if you want to break that up, you got to check out some melodies. I'm saying that'll really help take your solos to the next level. I'm telling you right now. I'm only saying this because y'all can play so well. So I'm just like, it's a question that I'm always having. It's like, how did I push through to that next part? What have I learned from all the masters that came before me? It was that basic thing. Just having a encyclopedic knowledge of melody really just helps you to understand how music works. And then the last small thing that I wanted to talk about, it's really a nitpick for the saxes, because again, like nitpicking, but really something for everybody to think about in general. On corner pocket, it's like, laying back is fine, right? We always love laying back. And one of the things we always think of in basic bands, like, oh, they laid back and blah, blah, but it's not just laying back. It's about understanding the time feel. So I want to make sure that if you talk about laying back, make sure you don't get lazy with the time. And one of the things that really helps with that is, do you know how the lead trumpet player is playing? Are y'all listening to the lead trumpet player's time feel? And I had a great opportunity a few years ago to finally get to play and sit in with the basic band on a tour. Mm-hmm. And again, one of the things I noticed is that, everybody listening to the drummer, but also everybody's getting the information from the lead trumpet. And it's something we've been learning since like middle school and high school, right? But it's not just dynamics. It's not just tone. What's the time like? Can we all get together in like a big unit? Can we turn all, I don't know how many, I'm not going to count right now, 15 horns or whatever to sound like one horn? And it's not just on the tone quality, but what about the rhythm? This music, what makes this music different than a drone, what makes this music different than any other music is the rhythm. The rhythm is what makes the melody. You can't have melody without rhythm. So that's my main thing, is make sure y'all really think about, do you really want to play so do ja do do? Okay, what's the rhythm section doing? Sometimes you might want to play so do ja do do ja do do. You want to think about that matches with the ride cymbal, then it matches with the bass. You know what I'm saying? Think about these little things, and if you really want to play like that, communicate it with the band. If you communicate all those things together, you'll get an even more coherent sound. That's just my little things. I'm sorry, I went a little over, but again, y'all just sound so freaking great, and I want to help y'all get to that next level. So yeah, good stuff, everybody. Also, I heard that line. At first, I was like, man, where's that little lick come from on that on that solo? Somebody quoted me. That was unexpected, but thank you. I appreciate it. Please.
You must be getting old. People are quoting your songs.
I guess. Internet, man. Everything's fair.
That's a beautiful compliment. Congratulations, you guys. That was a fantastic performance. I mean, I'm not just stroking you. That was we all loved it.
Yeah.
Grooving with you.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I mean, I wrote some notes, and my first word is yeah. So I mean that from my heart. I won't say a lot here just because the time is so short, but I just want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Add to what you're doing already. In other words, don't stop all this exploration. I can hear a lot of things that I'm really encouraged by, soloists, for instance. Don't forget to, and you're doing this, I can hear you guys kind of getting there, to continue adding bebop accents to your solos. So if you're going to go, boo da doo da doo da doo da doo da doo da doo. Instead, we go doo da doo da doo da doo da doo da doo da doo, right? So I can hear you guys kind of getting there, exploring that. Continue, add that to who you are. So anyway, I hear you is all I'm trying to say, I guess. The other things, I wrote some notes that I'll share with you, so I won't take the time to get into it now, but just know that you really impressed me and you touched me in a big way. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So thanks so much.
Yeah, John. Anyway, I'll just say that the band sounds great. I was really impressed with the band. It sounds great, and everybody's doing a great job, great solos, and the band sounds good as an ensemble, and everything is great. I would say just keep doing what you're doing, and just keep listening and learning new things and learning new lines. Let's listen to Hank Mobley, Kenny Dorham, Dexter Gordon, Sonny Stitt, Bird, and all those cats, and just keep learning things from them and what they're doing, and always just keep adding to what you're doing, because the band sounds great. Sounds really good. I'm really impressed with the band, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, y'all. This is first of all, shout out to Professor Stanko, who was actually he was my mentor when we were growing up in the civic youth ensemble together at the Detroit Symphony. So he was teaching me. Yeah. So you guys have a great educator, great teacher. It's just so excellent just excellence. When I think of the MSU Jazz program, I think of the word excellence in every way, musically, personally. And so congrats to everyone. Beautiful performance. There's not too many things I can say. You have all the best people, world-class educators there to be teaching you and everything. So, really take seriously, every lesson you go to with all of the professors, really take it seriously and just let all of that information, go with you, just think about it, meditate on it almost. And also too, I think having more of a unity within the program is to get to know the other professors of different instruments, which I know MSU cultivates that a lot. Getting to, do a lot of work with the other students. So, if you're a trombone player, hit up Uncle G, hit him up about playing the right move. I think every person, every horn player should have a sense of how to play the right beat. And who other than Uncle G, who actually was my teacher, my very first teacher, who showed me, how to play the cymbal beat. So, just get deep in everything, like what Ricky was saying. Just continue exploring. Drummers, was it Ben and Sarah? Are they here? Are they there?
Yeah.
Ben, yeah, man, you sound great. Your cymbal beat is really strong. Just keep at it. And I would say, I think the next level, because it's always about taking things to the next level. Try memorizing certain sections. If you haven't done too much of memorizing big band charts, start with memorizing, solo sections or figures, because sometimes when we get into the page, all of our focus is there when the music is not on the page, right? It's everywhere else. So I challenge you, the next concert you guys are preparing for, maybe try with just see if you can memorize, from top down one tune. And that way, memorizing, it takes a lot of work. It's tedious, but when you get to the bandstand, it makes it so much easier. It's kind of like just wow, I'm so glad I memorized it, because then I get to focus on the bass player. How's my time? I get to focus on what's my man's name? Forrester's playing. Can I line up with some comping ideas with him? Checking out the soloist. So I think that's the next level for both drummers, is to just memorize. Learn those lines, learn those figures, and that way you can get away from the page and focus your energy on the band. So, yeah.
Thanks again, Michigan State. Wonderful performance. We were all just cheering during the whole thing. So thanks for being with us this year, and I think we'll see you again next year. Bye-bye.
has the night afro blue. Elegant boy, beautiful girl. Dancing for joy, delicate world. Shades of the light, cocoa hue. Which has the night afro blue. Lovers dance face to face with undulating grace. Gently sway to slip away to some secluded place. Shades of the light, oh you. Which has the night afro blue.
Hi, bro.
Bring the guitar up slightly, just a little bit.
Ensemble. As Bill mentioned before, the next two, we're going to be actually working with Tia Fuller, which actually, this is a little fun fact. Have you guys seen the movie Soul? Yeah? So you remember the little girl that was playing saxophone? Yeah. That character is based off of her. Isn't that insane? I was like, wow! I was like, wow. So it's going to be so great to be working with her. These next two tunes are called In the Coming and In the Trenches, or The Coming and In the Trenches.
My mistake. Sorry about that. This one's correct. Okay, got it.
First, before we head out, I want to give some thank yous. I want to thank the lighting and sound people, the camera crew. I want to thank Bill. So let's give it up for them. I want to thank Bill, our music director. I also want to introduce and say our final goodbyes from the band. So right here we have the amazing Miles Patel.
Yeah, Miles!
You know what I'm saying? Killing it. And then we got Brooke Wyatt on keys as well. So so y'all can see who I'm talking about. And then we have Ren Whitley. Is that it? Whitney? Is it Whitney or Whitley? It's Ren. So Ren on the drums. And then I'm gonna mess up last names, y'all. I'm so sorry. Andrew, is it King? Oh snap! I was about to get to announce myself, y'all. And then we have Matt. Wariski. Matt Wariski on the guitar. See, I'm trying to say a lot of songs, y'all. And I am Kayla Henderson. For our last song, we're going to be doing Children of the Night by Wayne Shorter.
Okay, Columbia College and Director Bill Boris and Kayla and the whole crew, we love that. And we've got some comments now. I'm Larry Dwyer from University of Notre Dame, but we have Justin Kauflin and Patrick Bartley, John Clayton, Rickey Woodard, and David Alvarez with some helpful comments.
Hey guys, wonderful job. Really enjoyed it. Something that I really liked was you brought a lot of passion to your performance. You could tell you really were into these songs that you selected. Great selections, wonderful playing on everybody's part. And I'm more of a fan and a listener of the fusion side of things and of groove. Wouldn't consider myself a gifted performer in that field, but as somebody who really enjoys listening to it, things that come to mind is when doing, I think, groove-based music like this, when you guys were playing Afro Blue, which I thought was excellent, it's an interesting thing where each person in the band is, when it comes to the pocket, is contributing something very specific to that groove. And it can be repetitive, and sometimes you want to go away from it. But I with listening to like Earth, Wind, Fire, and James Brown and Tower of Power, and these older bands, but listening carefully, I said, man, that guitarist is locked in, and he's in that groove, and he's contributing to it in such a very specific way. It's this different kind of orchestration that I really appreciate, and I would encourage you to, check out and find in these arrangements that you're doing exactly that little pocket that you're fitting in as an instrumentalist, especially when there's two keyboardists playing at the same time. Understanding, if one of you guys is on either the Rhodes or on the Hammond, what texture you're contributing. One couple other thoughts. Another thing in terms of playing this type of music, and it's usually pretty vamp based, so you have a repeating chord progression that you kind of hang out on. And when doing that kind of music, I would encourage you to try to think still arrangement wise, within that vamp, what kind of arc do you want to have what kind of textures do you want? You have an interesting instrumentation, so I would encourage exploring how you can shape each vamp that happens. So it may, maybe then the listener won't think, is this another vamp? Is this the same vamp? Have them guessing because you change the texture up, you change, of course you can think dynamically, bring it down. That would be, first thing to do. But in terms of what people are doing within that vamp and changing the groove can be another thing that you can do to kind of bring a little bit of interest. When you have a lot of the same thing happening in terms of the harmonic movement, it's good to think of how else you can switch it up. Also, as if you're a soloist, to think about, great playing, but maybe just some advice about maybe how to take it a little higher. Thinking scalar is cool, but maybe trying to think a little bit more about shaping a line and being melodic about it, and maybe creating your own melody within the solo that you're taking, so that you give the listener something else that they could grab onto, like, oh, this is a pretty hip melody, and repeat it. Let that build and kind of take its own shape. Last thought I have is when I was in high school, that's when I discovered Robert Glasper. I was a big fan of his music. And one of my earliest memories is going to see him at a conference. And me and my buddy were all excited, like, oh, Glasper, we saw you play. It's so great. We're going to be going home. And he said, you're going home? Mulgrew Miller is playing later tonight. You need to see him. You have to, and he just said, you're dumb. and that really begged me to start, thinking about, I begged the question, like, okay, who is Robert Glasper checking out? and he's checking out Mulgrew and Chick Corea and McCoy. And who's Mulgrew checking out? I got to spend time with him, study with him, and learn. And he loved Hank Jones. He loved Cedar Walton. He loved Oscar Peterson. He loved McCoy Tyner. Well, who did these guys love? And following this lineage to find out, like, you know, it should happen naturally. You're checking out Hiatus Coyote, all these different younger bands, but it's a wonderful thing to check out who they were checking out, because then you get tapped into this lineage, and it always ends up going back to the same few folks, you know, the forefathers, you know, I would think, and immersing yourself in the tradition, you know, understanding all of the things where the music we're playing comes from, and the people that we look up to, realizing that this thing goes pretty far back, and then checking those people out and internalizing, and like, why did Robert Glasper love Mulgrew so much, or Chick Corea so much, and then checking them out, and why was Chick so into Bud Powell? Because he really loved Bud Powell. So, you know, going on that exploration, going on that journey, but you know, bravo, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, y'all. I guess the first thing I want to say, because I'm going to be echoing a lot of stuff that Justin said, but first thing I want to say, the thing that I always love about, like, you know, playing like fusion, contemporary music bands, is that there's always an emphasis on playing by ear, right? And it's not even just like, oh, we should check this out and do this. Like, no, because the good thing about playing this type of music y'all playing is that it is contemporary. It's of our time. So a lot of it we're hearing on the radio. A lot of the elements come from hip hop, R&B, funk, fusion, all that kind of stuff, gospel, stuff that's in our houses, in our homes every day. So there seems to be like a more of a natural element to it that I think is cool. And one thing I want everybody to understand is that this thing, as like Justin was talking about in terms of studying the lineage, that's the natural way of music. And right now we're getting to learn a lot of things in schools, but keeping that kind of home feeling, right? Keeping that thing that makes you passionate about it is really cool. And I just want to commend y'all for doing that. I also want to commend homegirl Kayla on the vocals as well for a stage presence. Just great. You already have something that a lot of people kind of work, you know, they're in like conservatory and learning how to play this stuff. And they can play all over the horn, but they can't even introduce their name. So that's a good thing that you have and continue that. But the thing I want to talk about is we're always in the business of refining, right? We're always in the business of getting to the next level, in the business of how can we take the music that we're doing and not just feel like we're jamming. How do we take this music and really make it excellent? And that's something, again, like, you know, I'm 29, so I'm also a product of this generation. Yes, I'm studying all the masters, but also play video games. I still do. You know, I grew up in the church. I also listen. I was around when, you know, Tupac and Biggie were still around, you know. So it's like all that music is still a part of me contemporarily. But I also have that element and experience of being able to refine, which I feel like a lot of bands, not saying y'all don't. Y'all definitely, I can tell y'all are thinking about it. But I feel like one of the things I'm always afraid of is people getting a little too comfortable and how they sound and just having fun. We want to have fun, but let's think about some of these extra things that we can do. And one of the things that we can do is make sure that we are always listening very, very carefully to each other and not just playing along to the parts. We don't want to just play along to each other's parts. We want to play with everybody. One of the things that made that Miles Electric Band so intriguing to me, one of the reasons I loved it so much, because sometimes some of that stuff was all over the place. You listen to like Jack DeJohnette's over here, you know, Keith Jarrett's right over here. You know, like there's so much stuff going on, but there's this infectious groove about it, like Inamorata from the Cellar Door Sessions in 1970. I listen to that so much, and I'm just like, what makes it so, it almost feels chaotic, but it's still together. And it's because they all have the experience of really focusing on their downbeats, their quarter notes, everything. Get inside each other's beat. Because then there's some parts of Afro Blue where I was like, is it supposed to slow down here? Is it supposed to do it? Like I wasn't really sure. And I realized when it came back to it on the head out, that it got a little better. I was like, okay, so here's something that we need to do. We need to make sure that we keep the quarter note stable all the time. That's such an important thing. We studied in jazz all the time, but we need to try to take those elements and really put it into the music that we're doing. Because again, I can tell y'all really listen to this music. It feels like home. That's the thing I love about it. It feels like home to y'all. But how can we clean up the house? How can we go ahead and like rearrange things so that it's really, really happening? And then, you know, another thing is you should be able to sing along to everybody's parts, right? Because y'all are doing stuff by ear, I'm not saying you should be able to play note for note every single thing that they're doing. But if you're playing guitar, you know, do you know what the keyboard is playing? If you're playing keyboard, can you understand what the bass line is? If you're a bass player, do you understand the vocal? You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is a part of it, and that can really help lock things in. So speaking of the vocal, last thing I really want to talk about is that Again, just nitpicking, just some notes, because I really, really, really love your stage presence. If you're watching right now, awesome, great work in the crowd, great making the band feel comfortable. That's something that it's really hard for, like, you know, I'm not sure if you're the leader of the group, if you're just a front person, but it's really hard, I feel like, to make everybody really feel comfortable. Because sometimes if the leaders start talking and they a little, you know what I'm saying? They're like, hi, my name is such and such. You got the rest of the band kind of looking around, like, you know what I mean? So great, do that. But make sure you don't lose focus of the excellence part. Don't get comfortable. That's the thing I want everybody in the band to understand. But I'm only singling you out because, you know, how much you stood out, you know, and it's really awesome. But, you know, make sure that whenever you get in there, the center of your notes are on point, the intonation, everything. Because I'm not saying it wasn't, but just really, really focus on, is this thing that I'm presenting the most excellent thing I can do at this moment? You know, it's great to have fun. Everyone, always have fun. But remember, one of the things that we can learn from the masters of this music is the way that the excellence of the note and the excellence of the projection, the delivery was always first. So just remember to keep that in mind when you're playing this music, because y'all sound great and it feels good, especially guitar, great solos from everybody. But one of the things I wanted to bring up is just make sure that you're really thinking about the excellence of the notes that you're putting out first. That should be absolute first and foremost, right? You don't have to take it to the extreme and just kind of sit there, you know, just really focusing. But no, like, it's a really hard balance to be able to really be, you know, fun in the moment. Sometimes, you know, if you're of the drinking age, whatever, you might have a little drink or something, you're getting loose, but there's always that excellence of the focus. Don't lose that. That's always number one. And I feel like you do that, and then, you know, music will really get taken to the next level. But great job, everybody. Really enjoy listening to that.
Yes, great job. You guys really, what a great group. I mean, I feel like you guys are a group. It didn't feel like a class. You know, it really felt like a group. I really appreciate it. So I'm only going to say a couple of things that you might consider adding to your expression. One of the things would be blend. You know, I think you guys are at such a high level, and I understand that we're listening to probably a board mix or whatever, but that aside, I would say experiment with blending your sound so that the volumes really match up, and maybe start with really a kind of a lower volume, get it feeling good, and then allow everybody to kind of come up in volume if you want to do that. But to me, that's going to allow you to really listen and focus on everybody else instead of yourself, and then see how you fit into that sound. So that was a big thing for me, considering blending. On Afro Blue, just great singing and playing across the board. No complaints at all. You guys are top notch. I wonder what it would sound like if the keyboardist, Miles, if you were, when you're doing on Afro Blue, doing all the comping, you're playing half notes in every bar, the whole song. So it becomes this, to me, it went beyond just the vibe and became a wash of sound. And I think, okay, how can we find and keep that vibe that you're looking for, but give you a little more freedom to alter it up? Maybe there'll be 2 beats where you don't play anything. And suddenly when you come back in, it's like, oh, you know what I mean? So just, I would say, experiment with how you're comping it. Keep the vibe that you're looking for, but take more freedom. And I think there was one more little thing I wanted to mention. So blend. Just love what you guys did. That's kind of it. Just keep doing what you're doing. I really enjoyed it. Totally. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that the group sounds really great. Everything was really great to my ear, because I came up playing that kind of music too. I came up playing that too. Everything was really good as a group, really tight, good solos, really good solos. I really enjoyed the solos. And I would just say, keep doing what you're doing. Good vocals. The vocals were really good. Just keep doing what you're doing and learn new lines. Always learn something new. As long as you play, always incorporate something new in your soloing. And other than that, everything was really great. Just really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, that was really great to hear. First, I mean, just across the board, I know it's not easy, especially putting in the work to memorize the music. And I know that we're dealing with some forms that are not the standard 32 bar thing, and there's some odd meter stuff happening, maybe some uneven numbered bar phrases that we're toying with. But it was just really cool to see everyone. They've done their homework. They've done their homework. They've played to the records. They've just really gotten their part down. And then now, when it comes time to play together, there's this opportunity to just be present in the moment and to fix your eyes on the soloist, or to look around and check that the vibe is cool and everything is going well. So great work, putting in the work to memorize everything. I'd like to just get right down to the drummer, Ren. Man, you've done really great work. I can tell you've done your homework in getting the grooves down, and each song kind of has its own particular thing, right? Each song is kind of like a planet, its own world. And each of these tunes, they have their own little groove, and there's nuances that have to be paid attention to, and you did a really great job doing that. And so building on that, I think you've developed a really strong foundation. Now let's kind of think, next level. Let's think about, adding, like what Patrick was saying, decorating the house, inside. We built it, but now let's see how we can kind of, where do we put the furniture? Where do we put this? What colors are we working with? So, I think it was the tune "Becoming," Tia Fuller's tune. There was a section where you were playing in 7, I believe, and it was during the guitar solo. I felt like the groove was there, but I kind of felt like you were just playing it safe. And what I'd like to hear is, take risks. Be, you're playing the groove and it's feeling good, but add some, accents, like get in there and start throwing some ideas out for the guitarist or whoever's soloing. They're giving you ideas, but really respond. Take the time to, well, hey, what about this? What about this? So just kind of keep that in mind. And, playing, I understand, because playing odd meter stuff, like that's something we don't want to mess up, right? We don't want to lose one. So I understand, maybe there might be some, hesitancy, but you know what? Like, I mean, this, no one is going to die. No one's going to have a heart attack if, we lost beat 1. And, if something were to happen, like you just get back on, but just don't forget that feeling of just exploring and being creative and just kind of going after it a bit more. And there are moments too, I think it was the same tune where it was the time to swing. Sometimes I think it can be, I think I kind of happened from the opposite way where, straight ahead drummers, they're like, really, it's in the pocket, it's swinging. And then when they have to go to like a funk thing or groove thing, sometimes the conviction isn't there. So I think when it came time to swinging, it was cool. The functionality was there, it was serving the time, but the intensity and the conviction I felt was a bit lacking. So whatever it is, whatever style you're committing to, whatever you're playing from moment to moment, let that, just be totally committed. And when it comes time to swing, like I think of like Jimmy Cobb, I mean, all the masters that I'm sure that you've been studying, but someone like, playing with conviction, when it comes to that cymbal beat, when it's time to swing, it's time to swing. Like, let that really be deep about that too, as much as you are about playing pocket stuff. You're doing great. Pocket feels good. So,
Eric Carlin.
Okay.
Eric Carlin.
All right. Columbia, thank you very much. Bill Boris and the whole group, we love you. And thanks for being here, and we'll be sending you some comments. Thanks.
All right, great to be with you at the Notre Dame Jazz Festival. Indiana has always brought a lot of great jazz to the world, starting with Hoagie Carmichael, Freddie Hubbard, Wes Montgomery, not to mention Claude Thornhill. In the beginning, there were trumpets, trombones, other brass instruments, drums, and of course the piano was in the parlor. Then we found that the saxophones sound good when we mix them with brass, and the big band was born. In the 30s and the 40s, the big bands were for dancing and set a standard, 17 musicians, or maybe 18, or 19, or 20. By the 50s and 60s, more instruments were added to the mix. Claude Thornhill and Gil Evans brought the tuba, French horn, flutes, and other classical woodwinds. Stan Kenton found the mellophones, yet more trumpets and Latin percussion. And thanks to Dave Brubeck, Stan Kenton, football and marching bands, jazz and big bands went to college. Concurrently, the standard big band was resizing. Miles and Gill brought the nonet, Brubeck the octet, George Russell the sextet, etc., etc. And all the jazzers got it. Many lay people asked Paul Desmond, well, how many musicians are in a quartet? Which was his working title for his book. And then there were also small big bands, and a few that were, well, somewhat overweight. When I wrote for the Chicago Bears Big Bear Band, we had 26 musicians. So as the world turned again in the late 70s, Lee Konitz, Bill Kirshner, and I reactivated the nonet. We didn't know each other, but we eventually found each other. When first asked to lead a nonet, Lee's response was, well, how about 3 trios? So, trying to avoid further similar confusion, my nonet was named the Marshall Vente and Project 9. But I didn't have any name value, and nobody knew what Project 9 was. Judy Roberts thought it was a fusion band. But fortunately, our audience found us. So that brings us up to the moment. Jazz ensembles can be any number of musicians we choose. We have many fine musicians here at Roosevelt University, and as always, consider ourselves hip and cool. But keeping with our cultural confusion, we now identify as a big band. So I present to you the Roosevelt Large Jazz Ensemble. We're going to play 3 well-known compositions as a continuous suite. We hope you enjoy it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
surround me, knowing you have found another love has turned my world to sorrow. To soar through life with you, can lose these hues of blues in as you hold me in your arms, I know in time and blue, in green shades of morning light that wake up, finding you another dream of mine. For now we part. Goodbye. The hues of blues in green.
Okay, Roosevelt University and the always adventurous music of Marshall Vente. Enjoyed hearing you. And I'm Larry Dwyer from Notre Dame. We have some wonderful clinicians whom you'll hear from right after me. Justin Kauflin, Patrick Bartley, John Clayton, Rickey Woodard, and David Alvarez. So we can see two of you. Is the rest of the band watching the live stream? Well, we'll find out. Okay.
No worries. Wow, thank you so much for such a great performance. You did a wonderful job. The arrangements were very cool. Really enjoyed them. And the instrumentation, I really enjoyed the overall sound of the group. Really cool. Many props to the flautist. That's how you pronounce it, right?
Sure.
Flutist, the flute player. Wonderful sound. Trying to organize my thoughts. The vocal performance, I really enjoyed it. Well done. That's a lot of space to deal with. That ballad at that tempo with that much space, and I thought you did a great job keeping that interesting. One thing that pops into my head as I was listening, during the first and third tunes, there were a lot of different shifts in tempo and feel, and sometimes it would get a little shaky, understandably so. There's a lot of shifting going on, and I'm sure these other John and everybody else could give great suggestions. One thought that I had was to maybe to focus on an overall slower pulse that can help ground you as you shift to another one. Whether it's a half note or something, because they still share the same pulse, the overall. That longer pulse. And maybe if you're thinking about that, especially when you're going into the double time, the, quadruple time things, you can just keep your body still relaxed. If you're thinking that's something that generally can help me if I'm dealing with a shift like that. That way, when you do go to that faster tempo, you're not making it faster than it needs to be, if that makes any sense. But really happening. Really enjoyable arrangements. The last tune, Sunny Side. I felt like were there key changes going on during that? Something that made it a little difficult for me was just a suggestion. I think overall great playing on everybody's part, but for the again, I feel like I'm stepping on toes, but the bass player, I felt like sometimes the note choices confused me. As you're shifting keys, you're moving to it, you're modulating, and sometimes I was wondering, did we go to a minor tune? And it was maybe because you were hitting the sixth of what would be the one. If it was a B flat, you would hit it was like the G going to the G, and sometimes it gave me a nebulous feeling sometimes. So really maybe my suggestion, just to be conscious of those note choices to make sure that, the band is on the page and me as a listener is also on the same page. But really, man, happening. Really, really enjoyed it.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, I feel like this is like a constant theme. I'm always like echoing some of the stuff that you say, but it just means you all have good stuff.
I hope you're not saying forget everything that guy said.
No. Yeah. In general, I really enjoyed the performance. There's just so much together that you all have, and I'm gonna also be echoing again what he said. Probably everyone's gonna say this today, but yeah, flute, man. just beautiful job, man. No, seriously, like give me a lesson or something, bro. No, it's just really hard to really get. Is flute your main instrument?
Yes, I'm a flute purist.
Yeah, well, you can tell. It's just beautiful. Me and Ricky over here being like, yeah, killing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also, yeah, Narumi-san, すいません、日本語大丈夫ですか？日本語で。
Oh my god, you speak Japanese?
ちょっと練習したから。本当に、ありがとうございます。はい。Yeah, とてもすごい。とても美しいな。はい。Yeah, really, really good. Beautiful vocal, great interpretation of the sound. That's like the biggest thing. Just really great sound interpretation. Like Justin said, just unbelievable. I had to say like not because I can't say Narumi without san. I just feel rude. So Narumi-san. Right. But yes. And also just like we got to give it up. Probably gonna give it up too. But give it up to Maestro Vente for the amazing arrangements too. Because to arrange and conduct, that's really, really great stuff. And I'm sure everyone's probably going to nitpick on like how the band is and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, again, y'all got so much stuff together. And I feel like y'all already know so many technical things. So the things that I want to talk about, I feel like are things that usually we don't get a chance to talk about in an academic setting. Just because I feel like it's really important going forward with this music that we talk about this. So, there's so many different ways to approach the music, right? I've spent a lot of time with Miles and Gillett and stuff, Claude Thornhill, I've spent a lot of time with that music, spent a lot of time with all the music really, but that stuff really stuck out to me, of course, because of the sound, but also because, we have to find a way to also remember the roots and the history of this music at all times. And if you listen to that stuff, you'll see who's in these rhythm sections as well. You got Jimmy Cobb, Paul Chambers, like these guys, they played this music, but they also had a connection to what the roots of the music is. So I want to challenge everyone to always remember that when we're playing swing and we're playing like blues figures, it's not just a little sprinkled element, because again, y'all sounded good. Y'all had everything technically perfect. I had no at all comments towards that. That was just killing. Great solos, everything. But in order to bring it to the next level and put some extra personality into the music, let's try to focus on the actual roots of it and make sure we understand that this thing originates from dance and blues. That means that the drums and the voice are at the center of the history of this music. Everything else after that is an embellishment. Everything. Every single thing after that is an embellishment. And so the further we stray away from like the source of the music, I feel like the harder it becomes to really play with the necessary fundamentals required to express this at a high level. And there's a reality of this music. Again, we're live, but I feel like it's necessary to talk about it, especially in the current climate. There is a reality of this music that is sometimes uncomfortable and sometimes very painful. But it's very important to understand that when you're playing swing and you're playing the blues, there's a certain element that you have to investigate for yourself that comes from the Black roots of this music. And all of them that went into exploring Miles Davis, when Gil went to Miles, Clark, everybody, they understood that there was a certain part that they were trying to capture as well. So I think it's extremely important that when we're playing the sound of this music, that we also understand those roots so that we can really play this and really take it to the next level. To me, that's what that duality of being able to play with such a beautiful sound and also have all of the roots and the context as a part of the personality of the sound. Then you'll start actually dealing with stuff. Like you got to understand what these songs are about. For example, y'all play Fables of Faubus. Y'all know what that song is about. I'm sure, if you do, great. If you don't, go check it out. It's not just some cool notes, and harmonies that switch tempos and stuff. There's a reason why he did all that stuff. I don't have the time to go into the story, but think about when he wrote it. Think about what was happening in America at the time. Think about who was allowed to go through the front door. Think about, think about these things. It'll put you in a different headspace when playing this music. I guarantee it. And that's just the kind of thing I want to say because y'all have so much stuff together already. Like you have such great sounds. Like I said, I want a lesson from your flute player. There's so much going on that you all are doing right and you all sound great. And it was a magnificent performance. I just think in order to kind of bring more feeling into the music that I was kind of desiring, there has to be some extra context in there from the actual blues and dance elements of this music that come from there. So just check that out. And without even going too into detail, it'll help out. I guarantee it. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys, great. Really enjoyed the performance. And I also have to give it up to Professor Vente because the writing was phenomenal. It's really beautiful. You guys breathed life into his fantasies, into his notes, and you did it really wonderfully. So thank you all for that. And it's what we're all doing is offering ideas that we would like to see you consider adding to who you are, adding to your expression. So it's not that you did a good, bad, mediocre performance, whatever. That's not what it's about. It's about what can we add to who we are. That's all this is about. So I had so many positive comments.
Yeah.
That I'm happy. Frankly, that's what I want you to go away with. I want you to go away with all the things that felt really good, because you want to do that again. The stuff you didn't like or didn't reflect what you really wanted to express, you don't want to do that again. So why should we talk about that? Why should we focus on that? You want to forget about that. If the mind were a finite thing, which it is not, I'd rather fill it with only the things I want to do. Then there's no room for garbage, right? So, lovely everything. Voice, blonde, blue, and green. Not only fantastic, really beautiful. I made a little note you might want to consider, like toward the end when you hit that climactic high note, and you did that so beautifully. Don't forget, all of the notes are part of our expression. And as musicians, we're looking for not only the honesty of our expression, but we're looking for the clarity of our expression. So I would encourage you to make sure, all of us, that you also have the clarity of the notes that you want us to hear, that you want to express, pitch-wise, timbre-wise, everything. So make sure that all those things. I'm using you as an example, but it's for all of us. And I'd like, on Sunny Side of the Street, both tenor saxophones explore not only the melody, and that's also the rule. If you're going to solo on a song, you have to know the melody. Period. No more just playing the changes. No. You guys are at too high a level. You have to know the melody of every song you're going to play, that you're going to play on. But both tenors on Sunny Side of the Street, I really would like for you guys to explore the chord changes even more. I'm assuming you know the melody. But now really dive into the chord changes, so that when you want to add some tensions and we want to add some releases, we can connect with your desire to go down those roads. It doesn't have, do it your way, but I would say just really get into the changes, you guys. What you played didn't often reflect your comfort with them. And one last thing I want to also remind the drummer is that check out, and I'm sure that David Alvarez might have something to say about this, but your accents on the snare. When do you want a more understated left hand? Or because if you're not careful, next thing you know, no matter what the thing you're accenting, it's going to be the same volume. So really explore what trumpets just need a little bit of a right there, or here they need a little bit more support. Same thing with the bass drum. We want the bass drum to be under your control. Sometimes we only need to feather it. Other times it may need more of an accent, a bigger accent. So all those things have to be under our control. But and last, for Professor Vente, it felt like, because this is such beautiful writing, bravo, but it felt like toward the end of Sunnyside, that the horns were running out of steam. It's just so much on their face, so much to play, so much for the ear to digest, that you might want to listen back to that and see where you think it might be necessary to do some editing. But it was just such beautiful writing and playing. So thank you.
Well, I'm going to be short again, but I really enjoyed it. It was great arrangements, great sound. The band sounded really, really good. Great flute playing, good vocals, great sound. Soloists, I would say, like John said, learn a few more lines, just know the changes, know the changes and learn more lines and just kind of concentrate on that. But as I can't say too much because it was just really, really good. I really love the arrangements. I really like the arrangements, and I really like the flute player and the vocalist. I like everybody. Everything was really good.
Awesome. Yeah, congrats everyone. Yeah, just beautiful arranging from Professor Bente. Yeah, just really, I love his interpretation and how he took things, and great execution. The writing is the first part, but the next part is just the musicians bringing it to life. So great work, everyone. Just the fundamentals of just a good sound, good intonation. Everything was very clear. The melodies were so clear, the backgrounds were clear. It was just a really, overall great performance. Special shout out, to, is it Joaquin on flute? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, that's my name.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I did a little bit of studying flute when I took music ed in my undergrad, and I could not play flute to save my life. That's just so wow, incredible work. And I give it props to flute players, and it takes a lot of breath, air, and just to execute that. So really
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I just, for the sake of time, I want to get right down to just the drums, and I'm glad Nate is here. It's good to see you, man. Just first overall, man, you have a really great time feel. And I noticed too, when you're playing, the way that you're playing is very relaxed, and which is really great to see. And sometimes with the movement, some people, they can be relaxed, but their movements may look awkward, and there wasn't any sense of that at all. Like you were playing with great, rebound, just letting the drums sing. Your drum fills were really good, just filling up those spaces when you need to. And a couple of things I think just to take you to the next level for stuff to consider. So going back to the comping aspect, it's so easy, and I have to catch myself, be careful with myself too. Like the left hand, it's like when you're playing drums and you learn the ability to comp, it's just like a game, it's like, it's a 4-way coordination. How can I get all my limbs to work together that are kind of different things? And when you do it, when you accomplish it, it's great, it's exciting. And then you kind of want to, get at it and, I'm going to put this lick in here, put this lick in there. But we have to remember that we always have to play with intentionality. Like if someone were to watch this recording, maybe another drummer, and they were watching you, and if they were to pause at one particular moment, you should be ready to tell them why you played a certain figure there. If they ask you, like, why was that there? So it's now the next thing after getting the functionality of it is the intentionality. And so knowing where and when to be a little bit more busy, when to be a little bit more laid back and supportive, and especially in this context, it's so important, especially when there's like background figures that are accompanying the melody. And if they're short, you want to match, you want your drum sound to match, the sound that's coming out of like the brass. So if there's like, short articulated sounds, they need that support from the snare drum. So now I think, start considering, how does my approach to the drums, how does that affect, how I'm supporting the band? Am I going to play a long sound on a short note, or am I matching? I want to match what's happening, with the horn players and everything. And then one last thing, experiment. I think with your drum sound. The toms, they were pretty low, and I don't know if that was intentional or, I would maybe experiment bringing the sound just a little bit, tuning them just a little bit higher. And there are drummers that play with low tom sounds, and it can be really supportive and great. 2 drummers I recommend checking out their sound is Elvin Jones. All right, his tom work, his how he sets up his sound, and also Mel Lewis. They were the drummers that played more on the low end. So just I think we can bring the sound a little bit up, because there were moments where it kind of felt like a rock stadium type of thing when you did your drum fills. And you were doing very great, but the sound of it, let's see if we can experiment with that a little bit more and emulate past recordings and all of that. So, yeah, great work.
Thank you.
Okay, so Roosevelt, thank you very much. We really enjoyed that. For everyone watching on live stream, these 5 brilliant musicians are playing tonight at 7:30 in the Bartley Performing Arts Center. So if you happen to be in South Bend, come out and watch them because they are fantastic. So thank you very much for being part of Collegiate Jazz Festival. And now we will sign off. So bye-bye.
Over the camera.
Wow.